Alrighty, I am getting this stream set up, seeing if it is working. Stream set up. Okay, perfect. I can hear myself, see myself. Y'all let me know if you have any questions. We're gonna get into this here in just a second. Getting my control pad over here. All right, so the reason I am hopping on is we've had a couple different flash flood warnings popping up. I'm gonna take this to my computer here so y'all should be able to see that. We do have a weather impact alert in effect for the possibility of flooding, which is what we are currently seeing at this time. We've got more than one flash flood warning going on, so we're gonna hop into those here in just a second. All right, I'm gonna bring up some boxes so y'all can see me and the computer at the same time. There we go. So we have this weather impact alert in effect. We expanded it to be tonight as well because the flood risk went up. Earlier today, the Weather Service increased it from just a 1 out of 4 to a 2 out of 4. So we're already through most of the day Sunday. At this point, it's Sunday night right now. Onward is what we're looking at, the potential of tropical downpours, which is what we're seeing right now, and flash flooding being possible. So we are gonna hop right in to what is going on at this moment. We have a flood watch, which is the green that's covering just about every county here. That's going from right now all the way until Tuesday at 7 p.m. So not just tonight, not through tomorrow, but through a couple different days because we have a few different rounds of rain that we are anticipating. So what we're expecting when it comes to this rainfall is anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain, widespread with higher pockets. Those pockets are where we're talking about flash flooding, which is what we are seeing right now. So that is all of these dark red or maroon polygons. So I'm gonna take this full screen so y'all can see it a little bit bigger. We have a couple different flash flood warnings. Only 2 of them are in our area at this point. There's one up towards Llano County and one towards Burnett County. For both of those, they are in the northeast corner of their respective counties. And whenever it comes to rainfall totals, we'll take a look at radar estimates here. I actually have to go in and adjust this, so bear with me for 5 seconds. But I have seen the Weather Service talking about multiple inches of rain already being put down. Yeah, so you can tell in these areas. I'm also going to pop on the warnings. There we go. That needs to be under that. And I'll put the outline on. So there we go. Now you can see that a little easier. So this is where those flash flood warnings are. The 2 of them are within our viewing area, and there's a few that are out towards more so the College Station, Waco viewing areas as well. So we're not the only ones dealing with that at this exact moment. When it comes to those estimated rainfall totals, you can see we're already within the kind of green to even yellow, almost kind of peeking through in there, but that looks like this 3 to 4 right here. I'm trying to match my little arrow up for y'all. So we've seen some pretty heavy rainfall totals already. I am going to pop the radar back on for 5 seconds while I take care of something, and I will be right back with y'all. All right, I am back with y'all. So we have, as I mentioned, a couple different flash flood warnings going on at this point that we are online here for while we are waiting for our 10 o'clock newscast to start. Whenever that happens, what I am going to do is send this back over to just the stream where we have the radar looping through, all of that kind of stuff. I'm going to turn my microphone off so there's no crazy audio that doesn't match up, and you can instead watch our live stream of the newscast if you so wish. Otherwise, I'll keep this stream going with just the radar kind of looping through itself. So we have these different flash flood warnings in effect. As I mentioned, the Weather Service was talking about multiple inches of rain already falling in some of these areas. That's why these flash flood warnings have been issued. The area in Burnett County, so the one that's highlighted here on your screen kind of flashing, that one goes until 1 in the morning. And they said in that area, they've seen already about 4 inches of rain. So that's why they went with a flash flood warning in that region. Now, up towards Llano County, they had previously issued that one not too much longer before the second one now in Burnett County, but they had initially tried to issue a flood advisory, hoping maybe the rain would kind of wrap up, but up towards San Saba County, the San Angelo Weather Service, because they take care of San Saba County, they had already issued a flash flood warning, so the San Antonio Austin office followed suit as well once it was apparent that was not winding down. So that area saw 1 to 3 inches of rain and could see an additional 1 to 3 inches. So this is why they're issuing these flash flood warnings, is not only has there been a lot of rain that's already fallen, it's because there's also the potential for more to fall until that rain moves out of the area. So these storms aren't moving crazy slow or crazy fast. They've been coming at a steady clip here into central Texas, and now they are finally at our doorstep. I've kind of been watching off to the north for a lot of the evening. So I'm going to go in kind of storm by storm, if you will, for our area, possibly outside as well. Starting off with this flash flood warning for northern Burnett County. And I'm also going to pop the lightning on because sometimes that's also a helpful indicator of how strong storms are. And it doesn't look like there's a ton at this point. Earlier in the evening, as I mentioned, I've been watching this line of storms for a while. It had more lightning off to the north. Maybe, let's see, this is a 2-hour loop, so maybe an hour and a half ago, there was more lightning associated with these storms, but they still are capable, as we're seeing right now, of putting down some pretty heavy rainfall amounts to the tune of a couple inches, why we have these warnings being issued. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to read each of these warnings and see if I can get any more information. So this one for northern Burnett County goes until 1 a.m. That's on your screen right there. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen, and in the Weather Service chat, as I mentioned earlier, they were talking about maybe 4 inches of rain having fallen there. But they're saying the expected rainfall rate. So how much rain is falling at a time over the course of an hour. That is our rainfall rate, was between 2 and 4 inches. So that is why we've been putting these weather impact alerts out for the last couple of days, is not only the potential for flooding, but how we're going to get to that flooding. So what I mean by that is we have so much tropical moisture in the atmosphere right now, and you have any little bit of energy, or you have something like a front, which is what we're watching pushing these showers and storms in right now, and you can get very heavy rainfall. So that is the 2 to 4 inches per hour that we're seeing. And as we've been talking about, I mentioned this in our 5:30 KVU show earlier today, if those storms are either slow moving or if they train over an area. And what that means, if you don't know, is you just kind of have storm after storm just going right over the same spot. That rainfall can accumulate very quickly when you have storms tapping into tropical moisture. So imagine 2 to 4 inches per hour and that storm sits there for an hour or two, or you have multiple storms going over the same spot. So that's why we have the weather impact alert in place. Whenever it comes to our rainfall forecast, again, 1 to 3 inches, just kind of brush stroke over most of central Texas, but It's those isolated pockets like what we're seeing right now. That's why we were a little more concerned for the threat of flooding. So I'm going to work over here, and then I'll kind of get into more forecasty stuff here in just a second, but let's hop over to this other flash flood warning now. There we go. So this is the second warning in our area for Llano County. It includes the city of Llano at this point, the northeastern corner of it. Again, I'm going to do a little query tool on it and read what they've got going on here. So this one again, 1 to 3 inches of rain, another 1 to 3 expected. Alrighty. So that's where the bulk of the activity is right now. Sorry, y'all, I'm trying to get my pointer here. A lot of the more widespread local activity is out here to the north of Williamson and Milam counties, but we're seeing enough in these 2 pockets right here to see those flash flood warnings. So we're going to continue to watch this whole entire line here pretty much all night as it comes through. Someone will be here at all times during the night to watch this for y'all. So I am going to kind of just go along the line, and then after that, like I mentioned, I'll hop into the forecasting stuff. So Mason County at this point, they've got a decent bit of rain covering them, a little bit of lightning there. The rain that is falling pretty heavy, but we're not seeing any flash flood warnings, any flood advisories, I don't believe, none of that stuff. I will pop on the rest of the watches and warnings just to make sure there's no additional things. So the darker green color that's underneath everything that I just turned on is that flood watch. If you're just joining us, we have a flood watch going from right now all the way through 7 o'clock on Tuesday evening. So the Weather Service, as I was about to hop over to the next county, which is Llano, I was about to mention this as well. They're picking up on it too. This storm does look like it's weakening. We're not seeing as much of that red and orange on the radar. That being said, they'll probably hold on to this flash flood warning for a little while. It's possible they cancel it, but I think in the immediate future, they're going to hang on to it for just a little while longer. So then that brings us over to Burnett County. This is where our other flash flood warning is. Unfortunately, at this point, that storm doesn't look like it's really weakening much, if at all. Towards Burnett, the city itself, a little bit of rain there, but again, not quite as heavy as the stuff right here where that storm is being warned. Into Williamson County, we're just starting to see some of the rain at the kind of northern tip right here, maybe out here to the north of, I'm going to zoom in so I don't get the wrong town. I believe it's Granger. Yes. So to the north of Granger, we are starting to see a little bit of some rain there up towards Florence as well. So we're going to watch that as it continues to make its way south. But one cool thing that I want to point out, you can actually see pretty decently well on the radar here is this line. I'm actually going to pause the radar. It's this line right here that just made it through Georgetown. Don't mind the radar. This line right here, you see how it is pushing out and away from the storm, out in front of it. I'll play this again so you can watch that motion, how it's just going whoosh, like a big wall of wind, because that's exactly what it is. So this is a big push of rain-cooled air. It's called an outflow boundary. And it kind of indicates to us that we're seeing a lot of air and a lot of rain coming down at once. It can't go into the ground, so the only place for it to go is out ahead of the storm. So that's why we're seeing this big push of rain-cooled air that is now making it into Georgetown. And sometimes these outflow boundaries, it can act almost like a mini cold front. Not only will it cool you off and you'll feel it, you'll step outside, it'll be nice and cool and breezy, but it can also serve to create more storms. So that's something that I want to watch here going into the next 30 minutes or so, if not a little bit longer, is watching this outflow boundary for more storm development. You can almost kind of see it right here with this one, where I'm going to leave my arrow in the same spot, how right along where that boundary goes, you're seeing this new activity here at the edge. It's just on the side of it for now, but we could be seeing that along this in the coming minutes to hours. Out towards Milam County, it looks like they also have a flash flood warning. Trying to get my auto query to hit that one. There we go. It's a little picky. Okay. I'm going to see if I can just query it directly. I'm gonna set it on top of this one. So that right there. Okay, so that is our flash flood warning. I wanted to be able to have most of this on the screen rather than trying to get it to where the automatic one would pick it up. That takes everything off the screen for y'all. I want you to be able to see it. So this is another flash flood warning, and I will see what they're warning that one for, specifically what rainfall they've already measured and what they expect. So, by the way, I believe Milam County is in, it's either in the Dallas or the Houston Weather Service. So things about that aren't necessarily going to pop up in this main chat that I'm monitoring. So I have to, if you will, manually keep an eye on the radar for that. But it seems very similar to the other ones where they've already seen an inch or two of rain at this point. 2 to 4 inches per hour is the rainfall rate. That seems to be kind of the common theme with this whole line of storms because it's all tapping into that same tropical moisture. I'm going to clear this off and we're going to continue going around the radar. So down towards Lee County, Fayette County, Bastrop County, a little quieter. There is some activity down to the south of LaGrange, but definitely not as rowdy between LaGrange and Schulenburg. Not as crazy as up to our north. A little shower going over Smithville at this point. Over into Caldwell County, pretty quiet. Hayes County, quiet. Blanco County, Gillespie, pretty much all quiet for now for the southern counties. Same thing for Travis County. So the activity down to our south, if you follow along on my social media, I pointed out, I want to say it was around 7:45, 8 o'clock. I don't remember at this point. We were tracking all these little showers and storms kind of moving from south to north. That's really what we've been seeing the past few days, just all day long. That activity moving south to north, and then you've got the north to south movement of the line. Whenever those two come together, in the same way that I talked about the rain-cooled air for that outflow boundary, it has to come down and it can't go through the ground, it has to go out. Whenever these two sets, if you will, of storms kind of come together, the only way for them to go in that case is up, and that forces the air up. We get more storm development. So that's something else we'll be watching into the overnight hours. I haven't heard anything else about the flash flood warning over Llano County other than that storm's weakening. There's a precipitation discussion, which I'm going to glance at really quickly. So don't mind me if I'm quiet for about a minute. All right, so I will read y'all just a little bit of this. So there's a few things that the Weather Service and that we will be watching as well tonight. The way that they describe it is that the flash flood potential is being driven by a couple of things. So the slow southward movement of this line of storms, which again, I mentioned earlier, it's not moving at a snail's pace. It's not just sitting in one area. but it's moving a lot slower than it could, and honestly a lot slower than we would like. So the longer it sits over one area, the more rainfall can accumulate. Another thing is how exactly these storms are moving around on a, we'll call local level, like on a small scale, how they are evolving, basically. So that will also kind of dictate what our flash flood potential looks like here in the coming hours. Over the next couple of hours, heavy rainfall is likely more possible across the San Antonio and Austin metro areas. That is something that they are pointing out. It's, again, why I'm here right now. And the rain rates, they're saying that 2 to 4 inches that I've talked about a couple times. It'll be what they're calling sensitive in urbanized areas. So places that, you know, a lot of concrete, not great drainage, you might see some water ponding, things like that. So I haven't seen or heard anything about any other flash flood warnings being issued, canceled, anything like that. The storms out towards Mason County seem slightly weaker, not too much, but a little bit. The one over Llano County and Llano itself, not in great shape, which is good news. That means the rain is dissipating. You're not going to get any more over a flash flood warning. We always like to see that, but we are beginning to see out ahead of it some more activity starting to form a little closer to Horseshoe Bay. The storm over Burnett County, we're still seeing kind of this right here, still sitting in the same spot, this back half of the storm, but the front part is kind of moving ahead. We're seeing a lot more activity now behind that outflow boundary. Again, big push of rain-cooled air. Since it can't go through the ground, it has to surge outwards, acts like a mini cold front. You get more storm development. So that is what we're seeing here right now over Williamson County. So I'm trying to think of a good show and tell. This is kind of a wedge shape, so this might work. Make sure I'm in. It's a very small binder, I apologize. But you can kind of imagine you've got your atmosphere vertically, and as you have that outflow boundary, it's thicker on one side because it's been there longer. It's almost coming in and scooping the air and forcing it up. So you get a lot of new convective activity, a lot of new little storms. That's what's going on right now behind that outflow boundary. I apologize, that was not the best physical representation, but basically what you're seeing is you've got that cooler air nudging itself under the warmer air. The warmer air has to rise, just like a hot air balloon, right? That's how we're getting more storm development. So we're gonna watch that pretty carefully. As I mentioned earlier, I kind of got sidetracked going more into the forecasty part of things now, just taking a quick little break from the radar. Whenever it comes to flooding, make sure you, number one, first and foremost, turn around, don't drown. That is always super important whenever it comes to flooding. Very, very difficult to see at night. So if you are out and about overnight tonight, if you see something, you question it, just turn around. It's not worth it. If you do get a weather warning, something like that, if possible, seek higher ground. That's always a good tip. And ahead of time, know your evacuation routes. So to the tune of, if you do get a weather warning, make sure you have a way to receive those, a reliable way to receive those overnight, whether that be making sure you've got your phone alerts turned on, those weather apps, the just general phone emergency alerts, things like that. Social media is not a reliable way to get your weather alerts. You want something that will wake you up in the middle of the night. So we have a slight flood risk. So translated, that means a scattered flood risk here in Central Texas. That's what this yellow color is. This is why we updated that weather impact alert to include today, because this update came out earlier this morning. So with that in mind, we're going to go to the Monday outlook. So here in Central Texas, we still have a slight risk for pretty much the entire area. There's one teeny tiny little corner of Mason County right here that has a marginal risk. For all intents and purposes, I'm going to say our area is almost completely within this slight risk again. So scattered flash flooding still possible heading into Monday. But something that I want to point out is that down towards the coastal bend and down towards the Rio Grande Valley, so this area right here, it's very obvious bullseye, they have an even higher flood risk heading into Monday. So starting tomorrow morning around 6 or 7 in the morning, that's when these flood risks begin, or when the outlook is considered valid. They're going to have a 3 out of 4 flood risk. So they're expecting some pretty heavy rainfall and for it to consistently be falling. So if you do have any family or friends down in that area, make sure they are keeping up with the weather. Zoom back in here, we're going to look at satellite and radar with temperatures. You can see where that rain-cooled air has gone through, where the storms have already made their push inward. We have temperatures in the 70s compared to everywhere else in the 80s. So we're a little bit muggier and a little bit more humid and warmer out ahead of this line of storms. So you have not only the rainy air making it cooler as well, but you also have the cold front itself. My phone was going off, I apologize. So going forward, here is kind of what we're looking at. Future tracker, this was, I would believe today's afternoon model run, and I think it did a pretty decent job. I'm gonna actually take it back here just a minute. We're working in reverse. So right now it's about 10:30. So this is what the Futurecast was showing for this time roughly right now. You can tell it was okay whenever it came to the placement. It was across our northern counties is where we're seeing the most rain. That is correct. But there's a little bit more actually on radar right now compared to what this is showing. So as it goes forward into the rest of the night, we would anticipate a little bit more to be on our radar actually than what this model is showing. So you could tell it develops. I'm going to drag this back again. I'm just going to drag this through. So you can tell over the next few hours it develops a little heavier rain, kind of still in that same area, and it gradually, very slowly moves some of that activity southward and into tomorrow morning. You're heading to work, maybe you've got school. This is what we're expecting going into your Monday morning commute, is a very active radar. So make sure you are, again, keeping updated on the forecast, tuning in to Daybreak to get the latest on the radar and the weather updates, because we are anticipating some pretty widespread and heavy rainfall. So it's pretty likely that overnight into tomorrow morning, these are not the last flash flood warnings that we've seen for this episode of rain. So I'm going to push this forward into about lunchtime. We're still seeing some rain on the radar, to say the least. We're going to keep that coverage pretty high throughout the day tomorrow. At any one point, probably over half, if not more, of the radar going to be covered, going to be active. So overall, tomorrow we have about an 80% chance widespread of showers and storms. So that's what we are looking forward to tomorrow. That's where we kind of get that widespread 1 to 3 inches of rain with the higher pockets. Going into your Monday afternoon, we have still rain on the radar, and then going into Monday evening, again, still active all the way pretty much into at least Tuesday morning. Tuesday, the rain chances are just a little bit lower, but we still have a decent chance. It's still scattered, but by Wednesday, that starts to go down just a bit. And I'll talk more about Wednesday's rain chances here in just a second. So whenever it comes to rainfall, I think the majority of us are going to see 2 inches of rain, around that, give or take. Off to our northwest, a little bit less, down to the southeast, a little bit more. And that has to do with just where that moisture resides. That tropical moisture is a big push coming in from the coast. So the closer to the coast you get, generally the higher rainfall totals. So this isn't a, I don't know what the phrase I'm looking for here is, but it's not a hard and fast is maybe what I'm looking for. Not every single location, this is how I'll describe it, not every single location in this color will see between 2 and 3 inches of rain. Some will be a little less, some will be a little more. This is just a broad brushstroke type of forecast, but I think it fits most locations kind of in this area. So you can tell with the lighter colors going this way, and I'll zoom it out here, that's where you're gonna eventually see less and less rain. But the closer you get to the coast, the higher those rainfall totals are going to be. Not only because they're closer to that Gulf moisture, but because they're also going to be closer to the disturbance in the tropics. That's going to ride up pretty much the coast right here. That's why they have this, I'm going to jump backwards here. That is why they have this outlook, this 3 out of 4 flood risk. So going back to the rainfall forecast, again, along the coast, highest totals are expected to be 4 inches. That's the broad brushstroke with higher isolated pockets of rain possible. So if we have possible pockets of 6 inches of rain here and our forecast is between 2 to 3 for most folks, you can kind of imagine what the isolated totals are going to look like in places along the coast. So here I want to talk about the front in that tropical disturbance. This low pressure coming onto the screen that's kind of covering Corpus Christi. I'm actually going to take y'all back over to our the radar loops now. We are going live, so I will be back after the show. right, I am hopping back on Facebook Live right now, taking a second to get settled back in after our 10 p.m. show wrapped up. We have a couple different flash flood warnings to talk about, so I'm gonna, again, make sure real quick my audio is working. I wanna make sure that y'all can hear me, all that good stuff. I'm gonna try to be good about keeping up with comments, any questions, that kind of stuff. So just bear with me for 5-10 seconds while I make sure this is working, and then I'll jump back into it. Okay. I can see and hear myself, and I don't see any questions. I'm gonna set my phone to where it doesn't lock, so that way I'll be able to see your questions as they come up. There we go. Okay. So I will be able to see your questions. I've got my phone up and running over there. Actually going to use my other phone, so bear with me. I'm gonna pop the graphics up screen while I go grab a different piece of technology. But anyways, we do have, as I mentioned, a few different flash flood warnings being issued. We had most of these whenever the 10 p.m. show ended, but we did pretty recently see the one in Gillespie County and Mason County get issued. That was the one that I saw whenever we left you at the end of the show. And then since then, we also saw the one for, it kind of covers a few different areas. It covers Llano, Burnett, and part of Blanco counties. We also see the one up towards Milam County that just is the entire county itself. That one was also not quite there whenever we left the show. So as I mentioned, I am getting my phone set up so that I can see your comments and questions as they come in. I'm just using a different phone so I don't totally waste the battery on this other one. Okay, perfect. All right, so here again is a look at radar. This is what we've got going on right now. Thankfully, the activity in Williamson and Travis counties isn't quite as heavy in the urban-most areas of our viewing area. For now, it's pretty spread out amongst our northern areas and over to our west in the brush country. So we have a few different flash flood warnings going on. And whenever I left y'all with our stream before our newscast started, we had to jump into that pretty quickly after the Stanley Cup playoffs wrapped up. We had been seeing rainfall rates between 2 and 4 inches per hour. So in just a couple minutes, I'll hop back in and I'll be able to look on my end on my computer. I can query each of these flash flood warnings and see all of the different text that the Weather Service is writing for each one of those. So I can actually read, you know, what's fallen in this area in terms of rainfall, how much more are they expecting, when does it go to, things like that. So I'm gonna grab a chair real quick. I've been standing, I think, for the last couple of hours. Hopefully this would help if I actually sit on the stool instead of on the floor. There we go. I'm trying to feel around if I can make it shorter, but I don't think I can. That's okay. There we go. And this way I stay in the middle of the box as well. I have a tendency to walk around a bit. Okay, so I'm gonna dive in. I'm gonna start from west to east. I'm gonna go this way. I'll start with these flood warnings here, then I'll go to these two, Burnett, then over to Milam County. So as I mentioned, I'm just kind of reading what these were. essentially about, obviously flash flooding, but I'm trying to gather a little more information since I've been, doing our newscast for the last hour or so, just catching myself up to speed. So I will pop my arrow back out and have a read along, if you will. Okay, so this one right here, I believe these are technically two separate flash flood warnings, because this line right here for Mason County and Gillespie and Llano County, this is actually a different weather service office. So that's why these are two separate flash flood warnings, even though it's for the same area and same storm. So I'll have to click on them separately. So for this chunk of it right here for Mason County, it's saying 2 to 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional 1 to 2 inches are possible. Flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. I'm just scrolling down. I'll put my clicker back here in a second. Okay, there's not really much more information other than that. That one goes until 2:30. Now I'm going to look at this one here in Gillespie County, and it should read pretty similar since it's for the same kind of storm. So this says between 1 and 3 inches of rain. Additional 1 to 3 inches are possible. Flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. And this is also until 2:30. Yeah, so the Weather Service, whenever they have one storm that's kind of on the boundary of the two offices, they really do try their best to communicate with one another and to match those warnings up so there's a consistent message to the public, because that's who we're serving with all of these warnings. So this area has already seen roughly 1 to 3 inches of rain. I'll jump into rainfall totals here in a little while. I have some graphics set up for y'all. So we've already seen between 1 and 3 inches of rain. Another inch or two is still possible in this area. In that flash flood warning, this whole area here goes until 2:30. So now this one up here towards Llano County, I wouldn't be 100% surprised if they cancel that one. It has a little under an hour left. That one lasts until 12:45 in the morning, but you can see there's not too much rain there anymore. There's some light stuff. You're seeing kind of this light green here, but there's not really all that much left. So I'm gonna hop back in. This one was issued, we'll say around 2 hours ago, so it's already been there for a while. And at that point, there were 1 to 3 inches of rain, 1 to 3 additional possible. So that kind of seems to be the trend, is somewhere between 1 and 3 inches of rain falling and an additional 1 to 3 possible. As I pointed out earlier, another trend I had noticed was that a lot of these were being marked as having a rainfall rate of 2 to 4 inches. So I think that's kind of where they're getting the additional 1 to 3 inches possible. If it moves out in about an hour and it's dropping 2 to 4 inches, that seems logical. So now for this one, it is still actively raining here in this kind of tri-county area. I will hop into that warning and read it and put my clicker back on for y'all. So I'm talking about this one here. This is one of the newer ones that popped up after our show wrapped up. This one goes until 2:45 in the morning. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen, and an additional 1 to 3 is possible for that. A lot of the text in here that I'm scanning is kind of a repeat. I actually, tangent here, at my last station, our sister station in Corpus Christi, I actually got to go to the Weather Service office there and do a simulation for how they do watches and warnings. And they kind of have a, I guess the best way to describe it is a script where it auto-populates a lot of this stuff based on how they draw out the warning and stuff. That's why they always look very familiar. They are reading very similar. So that's why I'm just kind of glancing at these. Is it, says, here's where it's for, here's how much rain has fallen, how much more is expected, here's all these flooding tips, turn around, don't drown, that kind of stuff. That is all kind of auto-populated from their system. So now I'm looking at this one up in northeastern Burnett County. You can tell there's not really a lot going on there anymore. This one is issued until 1 a.m. 1 to 2 inches of rain fell there. And then that one doesn't say how much more they were expecting, but it says the rainfall rate was 2 to 4 inches. So that was for this warning right here. So out of all of this, we do have some flash flood warnings up here outside of our viewing area. Those you can tell, in addition to this one here in Burnett County, this one here in Llano County, there's not too much heavy rain there anymore. And then finally, we're out here. The 1230, this right here is for this box, this polygon here that kind of encompasses the very northern part of Milam County and Cameron. And then the entirety of the county, I assume it's also underneath here. That's what it looks like, at least. Has a flash flood warning until 2:30 as well. So kind of this first round we saw up here, these 3 warnings for our area were until 12:45, 1 o'clock, 12:30, somewhere around that time frame. And then now these later ones that have been issued along the line are all until about 2:30 or 2:45. Just checking any questions. Somebody talking about Corpus Christi, that's where I just came from. So if anybody's watching from down there, hello. All right, working backwards here, as I mentioned, I have a lot of graphics set up to kind of walk y'all through this because I'm going to try to be on for as long as we have these warnings and stuff here. I'll be here for the next hour and a half, and then around 1:30 we have a switch off planned. I may stay a little past 1:30 just to let meteorologist KC Sherman get in, get settled, that kind of thing. So we do have this weather impact alert. I believe we went and issued it on Saturday, which would be yesterday. 4 minutes ago, it'll be 2 days ago. 3 minutes. So we have a weather impact alert, and this morning with the weather service updating the flood risk to a slight, or 2 out of 5, the yellow color, 2 out of 4 to a yellow color. We have that as criteria here at KView for our viewing area to issue a weather impact alert for that. So whenever we are expecting a slight risk for flooding, what that means, kind of translated in layman's terms, is scattered instances of flooding are possible. So with a 1 out of 4, it would be isolated, 2 out of 4 scattered, and then the further up you go, it's a little more widespread. So that was included this morning. So we added Sunday in. Of course, Sunday is almost over. But basically from now through tomorrow evening is when we have this flood risk, the main flood risk at least, this weather impact alert. So this is for flash flooding being possible as we're seeing right now. It's very active outside on the radar. So we are seeing flash flooding. We've already had multiple warnings. This is why we have that weather impact alert in effect, because we're having these really, really heavy downpours. We've got a lot of tropical moisture. We've been talking about this for a week, and I believe last week we also experienced something very similar, a big push of tropical moisture. You get these really, really heavy downpours, and especially if they're very slow moving, then that rain is just going to sit in one place. You get the flash flooding. So the main difference this time for us in Central Texas is that we have a weak cold front moving in at the same time as this moisture. So that's kind of making it where we have this line of storms rather than just kind of like popcorn storms, a little more sporadic. So I put the radar on here just so you can watch it while I'm sitting here yapping. But anyway, we have the weather impact alert for the flash flooding. As you can tell here, we have those flash flood warnings. That's the maroon polygons. And then the green is the flood watch. I'm going to put that on here. So the flood watch was also issued, I believe this morning. I don't recall at what time, but at some point earlier today, the weather service, our office for the majority of our viewing area is San Antonio, Austin, based out of New Braunfels. Some of our other counties are in other Weather Service offices, but as you can tell, they all pretty much agree on the fact that we were going to see areas of heavy rain. So pretty much a lot of South Texas right now. I can actually zoom out and show y'all how much of Texas and over into Louisiana is in some sort of flood watch. So this is pretty widespread because there's just so much tropical moisture just being flung right into the coastal part of Texas, into central and east Texas, southeast Texas. In zooming out there, this is kind of interesting. I probably wouldn't have seen it without zooming out. You can tell how there's just this line of storms, and it lines up pretty well with all these flash flood warnings. So that's just kind of working southward. You can tell that movement on the radar. I'm gonna come back in a little closer. There we go. So most of these northern warnings are going to end at around 12:30, 12:45, 1 in the morning. The southern ones, those are going to go until about 2:30. The flood watch, again, that green color, the dark green, is until Tuesday at 7 p.m. So even though our weather impact alert only goes through tomorrow, we're still going to carry a decent rain chance heading into Tuesday. I still have a 60% chance. It could go down, but we'll see. That we're more concerned and more focused in the forecast on Monday, but we will be keeping tabs on Tuesday as well because we do have that flood watch all the way through then. It's possible that, you know, maybe the rain chances kind of wrap up earlier in the day on Tuesday, the flood watch gets canceled. It's possible, but that's speculation at this point. So here's just a look only at the flood watches and warnings. Again, that green color flood watch goes for a couple of days. It was issued earlier today. All of the my graphics might glitch for a second. There we go. All of these polygons, I'm trying to get my clicker and it's not cooperating. There we go. All of these maroon polygons, those are all flash flood warnings. That's what we're monitoring right now. And then if you can see this like light green, kind of lime green line, that's just a flood advisory. It's kind of the in-between stage between a flood watch and a flash flood warning or a flood warning, where they're just kind of saying, hey, you know, there's a decent bit of rain here, but it doesn't quite qualify as flash flooding. That's all a flood advisory is. It's just kind of the step before you get there. It's like a heat advisory versus an extreme heat warning. It's just kind of that first step before they really just full send it. So again, here's all the warning end times for these flash flood warnings. Thankfully, I am seeing a lot of this activity, knock on wood. I don't think there's a wood box down there. We'll pretend I'm knocking on it. A lot of the heaviest rain is kind of, it's not dissipating, but it's not as strong as it was. It's still there. That's why I'm saying it's not fully dissipating. But where we have those flash flood warnings, getting my pointer again, out here towards Gillespie County, towards Mason County, and I believe, I tried to learn the counties at one point and I'm blanking on this one. I don't remember this county's name, I apologize. But we are seeing these storms not quite as strong. I'm actually also going to turn lightning on because that's typically a good indicator of the strength of a storm. So we're still getting a good bit of lightning with this part of the cell right here. I'm going to move my radar. It's going to probably take all of the little boxes off, but I'm just trying to see over here a little bit more. There we go. I know what the radar is doing. So there's a option in here that you can display only the nearest radar site where you're looking to, so it doesn't kind of distort what you're looking at. So we actually are still seeing decently heavy rain over here because I believe the closest radar site is going to be San Angelo for here. And it's a little closer to this. So we are still seeing decently heavy rainfall over in this area. Excuse me. Towards Gillespie County, Mason County. But as seen from the Granger radar, it doesn't look quite as strong. But that does tell me something, at least. It tells me that it's seeing higher up in the storm, because whenever you have a radar, it shoots up at an angle, basically, is the best way to describe it. So it's seeing up at a certain level and it's getting weaker up there. That tells me the storm at least isn't growing anymore. So that's a good thing, even if it is still raining heavy here, which if we switch to the other radar, it does look like that. All right. Now back here, a little closer to home, where the radar is a little bit better, it is still more of the yellows, a little orange. I'm starting to see in this area right here, we'll call it east of Horseshoe Bay. It's not directly east, but that's my point of reference, just directly east there. Seeing a little bit of more of the warm colors popping up there. The radar kind of filling in over Williamson County now, northern Travis County at this point. And then a lot of activity going through Milam County right now. A lot of lightning there as well. Same thing here in this kind of tri-county flash flood warning. So I want to zoom in here, kind of on the metro area, along I-35. Excuse me. I talked earlier about the outflow boundary. It's my clicker never wants to cooperate. So it's this green line right here, kind of tracking south. So I talked about this earlier. If you weren't with us, we'll call it 2 hours ago. Basically what this outflow boundary is a big push of rain-cooled air from these storms. And whenever it's falling to the ground, it can't go through the ground, so it just kind of has to surge forward and out ahead of the storm. So it'll act almost like a mini cold front. So it's a push of cooler air. It's not necessarily drier, like a cold front, but it's cooler. And that is the key part here. It's cooler than the rest of the area. So what that's gonna do is it's gonna kind of nudge itself physically underneath the warmer and more humid air. What that does is it forces the warm, humid air to rise up. You have warm, humid air, vertical motion. That's how you get a storm. So we typically see storm development, or at least more activity, whether it's rain or storms, forming along or kind of behind an outflow boundary like this. So you can kind of watch how, I'm going to pause it when it goes to the back to the beginning here. So this was about 2 hours ago. Watch how that outflow boundary didn't have a whole lot behind it. Then you start to pick up a little more activity as you've got that cold air nudging itself under the more humid air. You start to get that air rising and you gradually see the storm development behind that line, right? So that's what's happening here. Now, rainfall totals. I promised this a while back. I am going to zoom in. My next graphic will have the LCRA 24-hour totals, so we didn't see too much rain over yesterday. So it'll just, it'll pretty much just pick up what we've seen in the last couple of hours. But I'm gonna zoom in, poke around here, I like to call it. So I think I can also turn on, I don't like that, hang on. I'm making it so that we can see where the warnings are. Because I have a general idea, but just for y'all, a little easier. So in this area out towards Mason, Gillespie counties, seeing this little bullseye here, that's probably what got the area warned for the flash flooding. Again, these are just radar indicated totals. I can actually go in to a website here in a couple minutes and see kind of a real-time like rain gauge system. So I can do that in a bit. But for now, here's just the radar estimate. Right here, kind of this yellowish green color, that's somewhere between 3 and 4 inches of rain. That almost lines up with what the warning was for, was between, I think, 2 and 3 inches of rain, or 1 to 3 inches of rain, somewhere in that general vicinity, with more on the way. That's why that got warned. Out here towards Llano, it's not raining there really much anymore. There is some light activity up in this area where this was one of the first flash flood warnings we got. We're not seeing too much heavy activity there anymore. There's a little bit of just some light stuff moving on, but we saw about this color right here, 2 to 3 inches of rain. Excuse me, I gotta get a sip of water. So about 2 to 3 inches of rain there. If we look down towards Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay, that area, we're seeing almost the yellow color, so that would be 4 to 5 inches. And I'll get my pointer here in just a sec. Right there. So 4 to 5 inches of rain. And this area still has a decent bit of rain ongoing in it. Up towards northern Burnett County. Again, this was one of the initial flash flood warnings that we saw right here. That, again, kind of this in-between green and yellow, 3 to 4 inches of rain. Now, out towards Milam County, that's where we're really seeing a lot of the flash flood warnings being issued. My computer almost went to sleep. So the entirety of Milam County, it might be a little tricky to see, but the entirety of Milam County is outlined here with a flash flood warning because they just have so much widespread rainfall right now. And pretty much any rain right now, if it's a bigger storm, it's going to be dropping a lot of rain. So that's why they've got the whole county. You can see a pocket of the 4 to 5 inches here, and then even 5 to 6 just to the southwest of Rosebud. Into Williamson, Travis County, Bastrop, Hayes, Caldwell, all of those. Generally less than an inch. We did see some smaller activity earlier this evening, but not quite what we're seeing up to our north at this point. So here's a look at those LCRA totals. These are pretty active to my knowledge, meaning they're updated. So I'll zoom in. Starting down here towards LaGrange, Fayette County, totals generally a couple hundredths, tenths of an inch. It looks like there were a few pockets of heavier rain southeast of Austin, of up to about an inch from earlier today. Making our way over to the hill country as we get up here, again, where those flash flood warnings were. We're seeing about a 2-inch reading here north of Harper. I'm looking around for any other, about 2 inches here between Enchanted Rock, Horseshoe Bay, Llano. Reading the Weather Service, posting an update. And then the area that saw the flash flood warning in northern Llano County, you can see the radar indicated bullseye, it's the best word I can think of, where all of this kind of rain fell, but the gauges aren't reporting quite as much as what the radar indicated totals are. And then we don't really have any of those numbers out here. So what I am gonna do is pop back to this, and I'm going to, as I mentioned, I have that website that I can look at. It's kind of a system of historical weather data, but it is current, if that makes sense. So I'm going to pull that up right now, and I can look at different rainfall totals kind of a live look. Just need to navigate to the website. So I'm still here. I just have the radar full. Okay, hi, I'm back. So just double checking, no new warnings popping up. The update that the Weather Service had given that I was looking at over here, it was talking about a flood advisory. It wasn't about any of the flash flood warnings, unfortunately, about letting those cancel, expire, or anything like that. But it was for the flood advisory. That was what I mentioned. It's kind of like the step below a flood warning or a flash flood warning. Kind of like a heat advisory is to a extreme heat warning. So they're letting that expire as the activity is moving out of the area. As I mentioned earlier, wouldn't be totally surprised to see that be the case for some of the flash flood warnings. They may also just leave them up because there's only a half hour left for one of them. In Llano County out towards Cameron and Milam County. That one, the initial one expires at 12:30, but then I think the entire county is going to go until 2:30 because there's still some decent rain over there. Also, I'm just adjusting the radar because, as I mentioned earlier, it only does the nearest site for whatever reason. I apologize if it looks weird. I'm trying to that's fine. Okay, so I'll look at some of these rainfall totals. So I'm gonna get rid of this keyboard so I don't drop it. So up towards Mason County, I'm seeing to the southeast of Mason, there was about 1.25 inches rainfall. It's just named Mason. There's a few readings. Most of the readings in Mason County are a couple tenths of an inch at least. The ones towards Mason are higher, up to, as I said, about 1.25 inches. The area where they have the flash flood, so I can actually like double task here. I'm gonna get rid of these and I can point out where I'm seeing these readings because I unfortunately can't show you what I'm seeing here. So kind of to the southeast of Mason, there's that 1.25 inch reading right here. And then down in this area where that flash flood warning is, the rain gauges that I'm able to access, they're only showing 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch down in this area. In northwestern Gillespie County, there's a rain gauge to the north of Harper, about here. Maybe a little bit higher up, somewhere in there. That's at almost 2 inches of rain at this point. The rest of Gillespie County at this time, and these are 24-hour rainfall totals that I'm looking at, by the way. The rest of northern Gillespie County is around 0.4 inches, 0.4 of an inch. Up towards Llano County now. Llano itself, a little bit to the north of there, a little over 1.1 inches. Way northern Llano County, 6 to 0.8 of an inch, kind of up in here. There's a few readings over 2 to 3 inches, kind of down towards the Kingsland area, not quite down to Horseshoe Bay, more west and northwest of there. So kind of in this area where that heaviest rain still is, honestly. There's anything from 1.75 inches to almost 3/4 inches of rain. So definitely, I imagine this flash flood warning is going to stick around for a little while longer. All right, so I'm going to move on over. It really hasn't been raining much in Blanco or Hayes County, so not going to spend too much time there. Around Kyle over the last 24 hours down in this area. 3/4 of an inch to an inch. Again, these are from the last 24 hours, so that was a little bit from today, a little bit from late last night, likely. I'm going to go up to Burnett County now, since I was just there. So as I mentioned, this area kind of already seeing multiple inches of rain. We've got anywhere from a little under 2 inches to a little over 3 inches of rain. Up here where this flash flood warning doesn't really see too much rain anymore, I've got a reading of 1.25 inches. And then over into northern Williamson County, kind of in this tip here up by Florence and Andice, about 1 inch of rain there, just a little bit under, just by a couple hundredths of an inch. Moving down towards Lake Georgetown, still 1/2 inch to 1 inch of rain. Over to Granger, this area over here, Granger Lake, a little over 1/2 inch. Down towards Taylor, about 1/2 inch. Georgetown, looking like almost 1 inch. I'm going to read this real quick. Okay. So this looks like they're just continuing the flash flood warning that is for kind of the Tri-County area for Blanco, Burnett, and Llano counties. So that is going to be this one right here. So that tells me that they're kind of reviewing some of these watches, some of these warnings at this point. So we may see these two drop off. Again, this one I believe is 1 a.m. This one is 12:45. So they may just let them expire. They may cancel them. We'll see. But it does look like they are in the process of kind of reviewing some of these. Okay, so they are issuing a flood advisory for northern Travis, southern Williamson counties. We're starting to see some of the heavy rain kind of moving into this area. So it's still that step below a warning. It may go there. So we'll continue to watch and monitor that at this point. I'm going to wrap up on the rainfall totals here. The Austin area, a couple 1/10 of an inch of rain up to about 1/2 inch. There's, as I mentioned, a few pockets down towards South Austin, Del Valley that are over 1 inch of rain from earlier. So I'm going to leave it at that when it comes to the rainfall totals. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to try to pull up a camera. I'm going to cycle through a few different ones. That is the flood advisory going out that they were just talking about. So it goes until 3:30 in the morning. Right. So this is the Zach Theater camera overlooking downtown, looking to the, I would say roughly north. There we go. Just popping around to a few different cameras. Here's one over downtown. This, I believe, is the roof camera here. So I can probably move that one and zoom it out a little bit. I'm gonna turn the camera around. There we go. And I'm going to turn it to the north to look towards where the rain and storms are coming in. So this view here is from our K-View camera on top of the studio. I don't think I can zoom that out anymore. So this is roughly looking northeast to the north. We are on the north side of Austin, on Stack Avenue, just off of Mopac, for reference if you don't know where we're located. So I'm kind of looking north here. Oh, there's a pole. I was anticipating a little bit more lightning, but there's plenty of clouds moving in. You can see those coming towards the camera. And this is just looking back off to the northeast. So I'm just going to leave it pointed this way for now. And I'll come back. We'll look at a few other cameras. So this one is up in Round Rock at the Kalahari Resort. You can tell there is rain on the glass of the camera. Just going through a few other cameras, the line, nope. They save a time lapse of one. So I'm gonna take the time to catch up on the weather service, make sure there's nothing else. Nope. Go in, and I'm gonna put that aerial flood advisory on the map as well. So it's probably going to pop up here in a sec as just like a green outline. It's kind of hard to see. I'm going to take that off. So it's still hard to see. I apologize. But it was for northern Travis and Williamson counties. I'm gonna pop the radar off for a second. Okay. So the flood advisory that they issued for kind of the Austin area and for up towards Wilco, Williamson County. It's very late. My brain was not working there for a second. Was this area right here that you're kind of seeing in this green outline. It's a little tricky to see. I apologize for that. And then they also just mentioned that the flood advisory for Burnett and Llano counties, so this one kind of over in this area, that one's going to expire at 12:30. So I'll pop the radar back on here for y'all. And this is that flood watch, but I'm going to keep the flood watch off because it may be a little hard for some people to differentiate between the two greens. So I'm going to keep that off, but just know it is there. We do have that flood watch area wide from now through Tuesday. That's not going to change anytime soon. So here is radar for now. I wish it was daylight outside. That way we could see from the cameras a little bit better. But I can tell you right now. Yeah, I was gonna say I can hear the rain and stuff starting to come in. We are around here, kind of in this area, near the domain, Camp Mabry. So we're starting to get the edge of that rain here in North Austin right now. I can hear it on the roof of our studio. So I'm going to do a little reset here in just a second. I know there's not too many of y'all up late with me, but if y'all do have questions, feel free to drop them in the comments. I'll always do my best to answer. So I'm just hopping around and seeing if they've updated anything in these flash flood warnings, because as I mentioned, it looked like they were going around and maybe reevaluating some of them. So I'm going to see if any of the text has changed. So if I'm quiet, I'm just reading. So it doesn't really seem like this area, the warnings have really changed. Trying to see. That's so annoying. Okay. So we're still seeing some decently heavy rain over northwestern Gillespie County. The lightning, not quite as intense as it was earlier. So that is a good sign in terms of the storm not being quite as strong anymore. But still putting down some pretty heavy rainfall rates. Some pretty heavy rainfall. The rainfall rates are heavy as well. Now up towards Llano County. Again, this one was one of our initial flash flood warnings that we got. There's not really a whole lot of rain there anymore. It's just this very light stuff. So that one will probably be allowed to expire if they don't dismiss it early. This one here, thankfully we're starting to see a little less of the intense activity. There's not really too much lightning anymore. There's a little towards Marble Falls. But the heaviest rain seems to have kind of left that area. Again, there still is a little bit down towards Marble Falls, Horseshoe Bay area. And this was kind of the area earlier when I was looking at those, the rainfall totals on this live website, basically. Kind of in here, that they had seen anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain in a pretty short period of time. So that's, again, why these flash flood warnings get issued. You see a lot of rain, short period of time, and you're still expecting more. So there is still a bit of ongoing activity there. Now over to metro area. Again, we do not, thankfully, so far have a flood warning at this point. It is just a flood advisory that goes till 3:30 in the morning. So for the next couple of hours, that is in effect for now. If we start to see a lot more crazy heavy activity or it just sits over us, we could see that upgraded. For now, we're just dealing with that flood advisory, thankfully. Now off towards Cameron County, Milam County, where Cameron is, we're seeing the flash flood warning that is for the entirety of the county itself continued until 2:30, 2:45 in the morning. And this here, I'm gonna query it. That is not what I wanted. trying to query the warning. I believe it's just a straight up flood warning. Yes. Yeah, so my computer's lagging a little. So for this area here, northern Milam County, including areas like Cameron, they replaced, is how they're wording it, the flash flood warning with just a flood warning. So they're anticipating a little more rainfall. They want folks to watch out for creeks and streams and rivers, that sort of stuff. But they're saying, you know, hopefully for now, the crazy heavy rainfall is down in this area. That's why we're continuing the flash flood warning here and just a flood warning up there. Let's zoom this out a bit. So since not too much has changed in the last little bit, what I'm going to do, like I talked about earlier, I'm going to go through a little bit more of the forecast stuff, and look ahead, do that sort of thing, what we're anticipating. But before I do that, just as a note, some good tips whenever it comes to flooding and flooding preparedness, that kind of stuff. I think first and foremost, the most important thing that you can do, other than just being aware of the situation and staying updated on the forecast, is making sure that you've got a way to receive weather alerts, especially overnight, a reliable way, especially. So as much as we as meteorologists are on social media, right, that is not an efficient or effective way to be getting real-time weather warnings. You need to have either some sort of weather app, you need to have the emergency alerts on your phone, have those activated. I believe I read a statistic within the last week or two that something like 1/3 of Texans have their emergency alerts off. Don't do that. You need to make sure you're getting those critical weather warnings. So that is first and foremost. And then you kind of can go to more of the planning stage, like knowing potential evacuation routes. We do live pretty close to what's known as Flash Flood Alley. So knowing ways to get out, knowing where those low water crossings are, or maybe you typically see a certain road, even if it's not considered a low water crossing, you know, hey, that floods a lot, maybe I shouldn't go that way. Things like that. And that brings up the point to never drive or walk through flooded roadways. First and foremost, you don't know what's in the water. It can be really gross, really nasty, but it's also just more so dangerous. It does not take a lot of water at all to either sweep you off your feet or to move a vehicle. Your car is no match for moving water. You also just don't want to mess up your car. It's very expensive. And then seek higher ground. It's kind of common sense. So if you're using those evacuation routes to move away from any flooding. So since we're after midnight, my graphics are going to be kind of wonky here. I realize that now. This happened to us last night whenever we went on after the NBA finals. So I'll give you a little background on how our graphics work, so I can, as I go through these, it'll make a little bit more sense. So a lot of our graphics, especially the ones with a forecast, that it's pulling from somewhere, or maybe the forecast models, they're based on time relative to right now. So if you have a graphic and the time is set to tomorrow, I had that set up on Sunday for Monday. It is now Monday. So anything that is set to tomorrow will now say Tuesday. So just bear with me as we go through these graphics. I'll do my best to point it out and explain it, but I'm not gonna go in and change all of that. So, like I said, these are all going to just be flipping and flopping because of the time. But this was the Sunday and Sunday night flood outlook, what is on your screen right now. Again, I realize it's flipping between Sunday and Monday. This is the Sunday and Sunday night flood outlook. So this is the reason why we lumped in the rest of the day with that weather impact alert. We went up to a 2 out of 4. We went up to a 2 out of 4 flood risk. So that means, kind of translated into everyday terms, scattered flooding being possible. So you can kind of think of it as a scale from 1 marginal being isolated flooding, 2 slight being scattered, 3 moderate being numerous, if we're kind of going with the scale we use for rain chances, and then 4 high being widespread. So we're just at that scattered range. So if you think of it in terms of rain chances, that kind of starts around 40%. These are not the same percentages though. They use a different scale for that, but that's roughly translated what they are. So then going into the Monday flood outlook, that is what is showing here. We in Central Texas are still in that slight risk, the 2 out of 4. Now down towards the RGV, the Rio Grande Valley, and the interior portions of the coastal bend, which is kind of the brush country, this area here, the RGV is kind of from these counties here, from Zapata, Jim Hogg, Brooks, Clayburgh counties southward. And then the interior here is the brush country. So this is a moderate, this is that 3 out of 4. So they're anticipating, some pretty widespread heavy rainfall and a few more instances of flooding than we will here up in Austin. So this is for Monday, I'm going to say tomorrow, even though it's already Monday, for Monday during the day and into Monday night. Up to our northwest, there is still a marginal risk for flooding up towards the northern portion of the hill country, but for us, the metro area, places to our southeast, we are in that 2 out of 4 for Monday. Moving forward to Tuesday, we're still seeing a slight risk for some of our counties. Fayette County is included in there. A tiny little sliver of Caldwell County. But for most of us, we're either not under a flood risk anymore or any marginal. This is because our rain chances are trending down. I still have scattered rain chances in our forecast for Tuesday, but they're not quite as high, not quite as widespread rather, compared to Monday. So this is Tuesday's outlook. Again, notice how it's really just hugging the Gulf Coast from Texas and Brownsville all the way to Port Arthur and all the way over towards Louisiana and beyond. That is still the case, but a little bit more confined heading into Thursday. We are pretty much entirely out of the flood risk heading into Wednesday. That is what this flood risk is here. So we already went through Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Now we're on Wednesday. Again, I know it's going to Thursday. It's Wednesdays. And then Thursday's flood outlook, it does return for our eastern area. So pretty much not quite along I-35, but pretty much for the eastern part of our viewing area. We have a 1 out of 5 returning because we're going to be watching the area of interest that was in the Gulf. It's now over Mexico. It's going to be tracking up the Texas coastline. That's why they're continuing to see those pretty much daily flood outlooks and why it's so high for Monday, for tomorrow, down in the RGV, that red moderate. It's because of the combination of the tropical moisture and the tropical disturbance itself. So here is another forecast. I might be able to change this though. I actually just set this up not too long ago, and there we go. Taking the red off of Tuesday because, as I mentioned, the timing of the graphics, once we hit midnight, it jumps a day forward. So what I can actually do, the graphics are going to jump here for a second. Bear with me. So that is the forecast for the next couple of days, right? for your Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You can see the rain chances go down a little bit. Okay. I'll come back to that in a second. So here is the forecast for the next couple of days. I'm gonna tweak it really quick just to show you what the 3-day should show. Y'all are kind of behind the scenes with me. You don't see everything that I'm doing, but you do see me in my build mode here. So this is what it would have shown had we not been past midnight. So we have that weather impact alert for tomorrow, for Monday, because of the really high rain chances, the possibility of flooding here. So that's already ongoing. It continues through tomorrow. Tuesday's rain chances still on the higher side, but we're starting to see them trending down. And as they go down, notice the temperatures going back up. By Wednesday, we're looking at, isolated to widely scattered activity that has been trending down for a day or so. It was kind of going up. Now it's kind of reversing course. So I'm going to hop back to my watches and warnings real quick. I'm going to adjust the view for y'all so we have our whole area. There we go. So what that weather service warning or notification that I got, they were saying the flash flood warning for Llano, I believe it was this one right here. They were saying it'll expire at 12:45. It's 12:46. It's not there anymore. So that's all that was. I am seeing down here, this is way out of our viewing area by a couple of counties, but some activity popping up right along Bear and I want to say that's Medina County. So there is some activity that is trying to get my drawing tool on here. Bear with me, folks. So we've got some new activity down here towards Uvalde, Medina, and Bear counties. And notice how that stuff here, sorry, it's a bad drawing, but you get the idea. It's moving to the north. I'm gonna put an arrowhead on these. It's moving this way, right? This stuff up here is moving the opposite way, right? This is all coming southward. So I mentioned this earlier this evening. Again, if you keep up with my social media, I try to do my best to post updates on there, especially when we're active like this. And I talked about how we had the line of storms at that point had been right at our doorstep, if not still outside of our viewing area. And it was when we were seeing all the little tinier showers and storms kind of moving from south to north. I talked about how you get kind of these two air masses, if you will, if you're thinking about them in separate terms, think of it as two air masses, and how they're coming together and they collide. Very similar idea to when I talked about the gust front, how the air, it just has to go up. And so you get more activity forming. That's probably what we're gonna see here. Let's see. I have to wade through so many different options. I got it. So I was looking for this line. So right here, kind of in between these, we're probably going to see the activity kind of slamming together and creating more storms, essentially, at that point. I'll pop the light on here. So there's a decent bit. There's a decent. I thought I had my pointer. I just took all my drawings off. Okay. Anyway, so kind of this area. Now I have my pointer. Apparently the delete everything off that you just drew is right next to the pointer icon. So we do still have a little bit of lightning in this area, out towards, I believe this is Edwards County. So still a little bit of lightning here in this kind of northwestern panhandle of that county, a little bit down here as well. So down towards Medina County, we've got a little bit of lightning here to the northwest of Hondo. So these storms, they're not packing a punch right now, in terms of like lightning, thunder, that kind of stuff. So I would expect, as these two, let me go back to my drawing here, as these two, we'll call them air masses, come together here. I think y'all can see me. You have them coming together and they kind of have to go up like that. I think we'll see somewhat stronger activity in that area, kind of where that black dashed line is, just general area. It's not, you know, going to be right there, but as these two things meet, I think we'll see, again, heavier rain, more lightning, more thunder, that kind of stuff, as these two kind of mesh. So somebody said up in Liberty Hill, they're getting a lot of lightning. We'll go there in just a second. Okay, so the Weather Service talking about Edwards and Valverde County. That is not our area, but they're saying they're just trimming that back. They have a flash flood warning over there. So they're talking about so they were talking about this area, kind of over here. Edwards, Valverde, believe. Yes, okay. So they were just kind of trimming that back and adjusting it. So someone said up towards Liberty Hill, a little bit north of Austin, they're seeing some lightning. There's not too much on here right now, but I see, oh man, come on. If you accidentally click out of the radar, it just totally shuts down what you were looking at. So here we go. Now I have it back up. Now I can zoom back in. There we go. Yeah, so up towards, you know, kind of northern Williamson County, you can probably see, my lightning went off. You can probably see a few of these bolts, you know, from a distance. A little bit there, I believe, near Georgetown, Leander area. There's a good bit of lightning over here, just outside of our area. It's moving outside of Milam and Lee County. Lee County hasn't seen too much activity just yet. Lexington kind of got clipped by some of that rain. You're welcome. A little bit down towards Bastrop, Dripping Springs. Again, most of our attention is on that line of storms, as opposed to down here. Again, earlier today, this area, we just kind of saw the little tiny showers and storms just kind of working south to north. That activity has mostly ceased for now. I haven't really seen too much of that in the past couple of hours, maybe since 8, 9 o'clock at the latest. And then behind the line, thankfully, not seeing too much. So that gives me hope that they'll allow these flash flood warnings, to expire once, you know, the line moves out of those areas like this. So that is good news. We have seen one warning so far, the one that was here in northern Llano County. We've seen that one be expired. They let it go. I would imagine this one will be the same thing, and I want to say that one ends at 1 o'clock. I'm going to double check that. Yes. So the one in northern Burnett County, that one ends at 1. And I believe the one in the, I keep wanting to say tri-state, in the tri-county area of Blanco, Llano, Burnett counties, I think is 2:30. Or 2:45, possibly. They might have updated this one, actually. Yeah, till 2:45. That's the easier way to do it. Just click on them. 2:30, and I think this is 2:30 as well. Yeah. That one is 2:30. Okay. So we've got a 1 a.m. expiration, a 2:45, 2:30, and 2:30. So another hour and a half. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Okay. Y'all bear with me. I need to get with one of my producers and I need to get on the air here. Okay, so I have my producers working on getting me on air. I am going to hopefully hear back from them in just a second. So we do have at this point a flash flood warning for parts of Travis and Williamson County that was just issued. This is going to go, pulling it up right now, until 5 a.m. So I'm just reading what the Weather Service has written. So they said they're issuing a warning for southern Burnett, southern Williamson, and northern Travis County. This includes Pflugerville and Lago Vista. All right, I am going to turn my microphone off, go check in with my production team. We're trying to get me on air at this moment. All right, so producers, if y'all can hear me in the back, I do have an IFB in, so I can hear y'all if you do need to talk to me. So again, continuing until we can get on air, we do have a flash flood warning, one of a couple, but this one was issued, as I mentioned, for parts of, yes, I can, thank you. So this has been issued for parts of Williamson County and Travis County at this point. Okay, if y'all hear me talking, people watching, I am talking to my producers. I'm trying to get all right, y'all, we have a flash flood warning here in Travis and Williamson County. This is what we are watching at this point. I'm trying to get one of my computers up here. This was issued because we've seen multiple inches of rainfall in Travis and Williamson County. It's not the first one of the night. I'm actually in our weather center right now. I'll be able to control my computer better from over here. So just bear with me if I am not on your screen at this moment. So looping in our live stream right now. We are live on air. So this is what we are seeing right now. I'm going to pull up our rainfall totals, what we have seen so far. And again, bear with me, I do need to update this to today's date. We've seen multiple inches of rain falling across a lot of our northern areas at this point. This is why we've seen the flash flood warnings being issued over the course of the last couple of hours. So this, as I mentioned, it's not the first one that we've seen. This is just the most recent one. So I'm going to put that outline on here. You can tell this is the one that we're watching, that we're breaking in and talking to you about is this big one right here. It includes portions of Williamson County, it includes portions of Travis, Burnett counties as well. This one here by Llano County, I believe the Weather Service talked about letting it expire as they go into the next several hours. I want to say that one expires not too long from now. So going into the next couple of hours, we're going to continue to see this line of storms moving south from our northern counties. We were tracking it earlier this evening. It's continuing to move to the south at this point, and it's been dropping some pretty heavy rainfall along the way. So again, these are why we're seeing these flash flood warnings being issued, and we've seen pockets of some really heavy rainfall. You can tell right inside where those warnings have been issued. So places like over to Horseshoe Bay, seeing upwards of 4 to 5 inches indicated on radar. So that's not totally ground truth per se of what we have going on, but it's a good idea that we're seeing multiple inches of rain falling in these areas. Over here to the north of Lake Travis, we've got another kind of pocket of heavy rain up towards Leander, between there and Georgetown, another heavy pocket, and then out towards Milam County also another good bit of heavy rain. This one actually, this flash flood warning, encompassing almost the entire county there with a flood warning up towards Cameron and the northern part of the county. So I'm going to take this back to radar. I'm going to get rid of all of these older end times for these warnings. And I am trying to pop between a couple different computers so I can get in front of the green screen for y'all and on the camera there. So just bear with me for a second. So again, if you are just joining us right now, we are seeing a flash flood warning that was issued for parts of Travis County, Williamson County, over to Burnett County. We've got rainfall totals upwards of a couple inches. So that is why that got popped out here. So I should be able to take control over at the weather computer, at the green screen in just a second. But until then, still in the Weather Center. So the activity here in the central portion of our viewing area, it's a little more messy looking, we'll say. Kind of here where we have this newest warning. It's not these singular, really strong storms that we saw up to our north earlier this evening. It's a little messier looking, but it's still packing a punch. So we do have this flash flood warning that's going to go, I believe, until 5 o'clock in the morning. So this is... Okay, thank you. We are seeing this flash flood warning issued until 5 in the morning, so for a couple of hours we'll be here with it. We'll be here with you through it. So again, trying to hop over computers, and I believe I'm at the point where I can. So I'm going to have my producer in the back. If you take max 2, I would appreciate it, and I will be able to get over to the weather wall to be able to join y'all. So they look the same right now. Thank you. So I'm going to change the graphic. Yes, it is on max 2. So I'm pulling my big computer desk with me. I'm at the wall. Y'all can take me now. And so we're seeing rainfall totals up to a couple different inches. That's back on max 1. We can switch back, please. Thank you. So we've got a couple different places that we're seeing these really heavy rainfall amounts. So kind of this area right here is mainly where we're seeing a lot of the activity at this point. So we've got these flash flood warnings that are in effect right now, not only here in Travis and Williamson counties, but even out to our west. There's really just a whole line of these showers and storms that have just been pushing south over the last couple of hours, and this is just the latest right now. So I believe that is still set to the Weather Center computer. If we could flip over to max 2. Are we able to get me on the wall? Okay, all right, that's fine. So we're just going to have our full screen graphics for right now until we can get me in front of that little technology there. But again, we're working on it. We'll be here with you for the next little while for this flash flood warning. So we've, as I've been mentioning, have been seeing a few different areas of really heavy rainfall. So out towards Milam County, that's kind of where we've seen the bulk and the most widespread of this heavy rain. But of course, we've had more flash flood warnings being issued out to our central counties and over to our west. So the latest of those, I'm going to go back to my radar here with the warnings on it. So we can show you the latest on what that looks like. So I'm going to pop out so we can see our entire viewing area. We still have other flash flood warnings going on, so I may at times hop over to those. But the main focus right now is definitely here in Travis and Williamson counties. Kind of in this area, you can tell where that flash flood warning is and where it was issued for. So we do have, at this point, a flood watch, in addition, kind of in the background of all of this, that is running from now all the way through Tuesday at 7 p.m. We do have we had a flood advisory initially for Travis and Williamson County. That was going to go until about 3:30, and the Weather Service said, hey, we're seeing a little bit more rain than that advisory can handle, and so we're going to go ahead and up that to a flash flood warning. So that's what we saw here. If your phone woke you up, then that's a good thing. You had a way to receive weather alerts. So what we are watching still again are these flash flood warnings through part of our area. Travis and Williamson County, I know my phone just went off. It was very, very loud. So this flash flood warning, it's going to go until 5 a.m. So not anytime soon will it be ending, unfortunately. So myself and the Weather Service, we're still seeing activity, again, definitely across the radar. They're expecting activity to pick up. We're seeing it right now. So we did see not quite a lull in activity earlier, but it was not quite as widespread. It was a little here, a little there, all in a line moving towards us. And now we've really seen that line fill out in the last couple of hours. So this line is really tapping into some pretty deep tropical moisture. That's what we've been talking about here when we've been doing our forecast for the last couple of days, is that we've got some really rich atmosphere. So you can almost imagine it like a chocolate cake, right? There's different levels to it. You can have one that's okay, it's good, but then you have one that's really rich, it's really thick. That's the kind of atmosphere that we have right now. It is just loaded with a lot of moisture. That's the tropical air mass that we've been talking about over the last couple of days. So it is finally here. And we are seeing those storms really tapping into it. So this is kind of the result of that, is this really heavy rainfall. It's not moving all that fast. If it was moving faster, we really wouldn't be seeing as great of a flooding threat as we are. But this is what we have right now. The rain moving slowly, but at least it's moving. It's not, staying in one area, but it is slow enough to keep that flash flood warning. Here we go. I'm finally up. Thank you, producers in the back. So we do have that flash flood warning going right now. Just one of them, but the reason why we are cutting in on your TV at this point is because of this flash flood warning right here for Travis, Williamson, and part of Burnett County. This one is going to go until 5 o'clock in the morning. So I am going to go around the rest of our radar here and look at a couple of the other different flash flood warnings that we are seeing. The other ones should expire before this main one right here. So the ones out towards Mason and Gillespie counties, those should be ending in about the next hour 15. So that one doesn't have quite as much heavy rainfall as we're seeing right now, right here in Austin, but still that warning going on for the next hour and a half. Over towards Llano, Burnett, and the very northern tip of Blanco County, we have this other flash flood warning. So we've been having these since about 8 or 9 o'clock, just kind of working their way southward. That one is going to last, the one that's over Horseshoe Bay. I'm going to draw a line so y'all can see which one I'm talking about. So this one is going to last until 2:45. So again, another hour and a half. Thankfully, the heaviest rain does look to be mostly moving out of that area at this point. However, we are going to see that. I just realized, I think we're on max 1 again. What I'm doing on my computer is not showing up. Okay. So anyway, this flash flood warning, this is the one I was talking about. It is, we're not seeing the heaviest rain there quite anymore. I am going to try one more time to flip my computers, just as a note for the producers, so that I can have you all see what I'm doing. Okay. Let me see if that worked. So anyway, we are again continuing to track heavy rain, flash flooding here in central Texas. We have a few different flash flood warnings that we are talking about, and one of those being here in Austin and Travis County. So that one is going to go until 5 o'clock in the morning, and I can hear the rain right now on top of our studio. So for those of y'all who don't know where we are located, we're on Stack Avenue, just off of Mopac. So we are up in North Austin, and we can definitely hear that heavy rain here in our studio. And okay. So here is again what we're dealing with, and we'll probably keep going with this cut-in for about the next 5 minutes, maybe check back in heading around 2 o'clock in the morning. So for now, again, like I said, we'll go on for about the next 5 minutes here. I'll kind of sign off heading into about 1:20. So we're seeing heavy rain right now through central Texas, especially here in North Austin. I'm actually going to see if I can pull up a camera. This should be, so this is our Line Hotel camera. You can tell it looks pretty dark and gloomy outside right now. I'm going to see if I can actually pop around to a couple different cameras and give you all a look at what we're seeing here in Central Texas. So going... there we go. All right. So we are popping around to a couple different cameras now. Not sure if it's taking them or not. I don't think it is. That's okay. So we'll just go back to the radar, and I will fix that for our 2 o'clock cut-in. So we have a few different flash flood warnings at this time. We have the one here in Travis County and Williamson County. That is the one that probably woke you up pretty recently. Maybe if you flip the TV on, you're watching us on streaming, anything like that. So we're seeing a couple inches of rain falling in a short period of time with more on the way. That is why we're seeing these flash flood warnings being issued at this point. So there's a few of them going on. The ones that are outside of our metro area are generally ending around 2:30, 2:45 in the morning. So that's the ones out towards Mason and Gillespie counties and over towards Llano, Burnett, and over to Milam. So those are going to end here in the next hour to hour and a half. The one here in Austin, in the metro area, this one is going to go until 5 a.m. So we are anticipating that the rain continues here at least for a little while longer. Now, I will say we've seen a few of the other flash flood warnings from tonight, like the one up here in Llano County and the one up here in Burnett County. Those have been canceled. They've been allowed to expire. So we could possibly see that here later, but for now we're still dealing with that rain that is going to hold here. So I'm actually looking at the Weather Service, and they're talking about another flash flood warning for parts of Gillespie County, extending that, I believe, this one until 3:30 in the morning. So we still, again, have more flooding going on, and what we're watching mainly, again, is this area right here, right? Home, basically, is Central Austin, North Austin to Central Austin at this point is where we're seeing that flooding. I would not be totally surprised based on the history of this line of rain and where the flood warnings, the flash flood warnings are at this point, if we don't see more to the south in the next couple of hours. So we, of course, will again stay on top of this for you. We've got someone here all night long. We'll checking in again around 2 o'clock with y'all. So please make sure you continue to keep tabs on the weather. Make sure you continue to have a way to receive those weather alerts. Stay dry, stay safe, and we'll continue to update you if anything else changes or any more flood warnings are issued. Keep up with us on social media and here on air. Okay, y'all, I am back. That was a little chaotic. Hopefully the technology worked well enough. Again, let me know if y'all can see and hear me. I'm gonna check back in on Facebook, make sure that that is all working properly. Then I'm gonna take a second to make sure this gets out on social media. Thank you. I do apologize for that echo. That was technology related. I'll just leave it at that. Whenever you have a microphone on here, a microphone on there, trying to get on air, one of them didn't get cut off. So that was on me. My apologies for that. So again, we are watching this flash flood warning. I'm going to take this full screen for y'all so you can really see it well. As I mentioned, this is not the only one that we have going on right now. It's one of a few, but the one in Travis and Williamson County, that is the reason why your phone went off and was just going crazy a few minutes ago. Mine went off maybe 10 minutes ago or so. So that is what we were hoping to not happen, was to see a flash flood warning right over the metro, really anywhere, but not totally, expected, but we were anticipating areas of flooding here with our weather impact alert. So I will be here for the next little while. We'll have, as I mentioned, another cut-in likely at the top of the hour on air to continue keeping you updated. Ouch, 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 ouch. My hair was stuck in a clip. Boxes, there we go. So we're, again, continuing to watch this. I'm gonna pull the rain totals back up. And as always, if y'all have questions, concerns, please leave them in the comments. I will do my best. I have them, I have the live stream up over here so that I can watch it, listen to it, and I can see your comments, your questions, that kind of stuff. So rain continues to fall. This is why we have the flash flood warning for Travis and Williamson County, as well as the rest of the area. It's also continuing to fall pretty heavily in southern Milam County. We're seeing a radar estimate of somewhere between likely 6 to 7 inches of rain in that area. So I'm going to hop over here. If you've been, with me for the last little while, I pulled up this live map, if you will, of rainfall totals around the area. It's basically a bunch of live auto updating rain gauges, and I can kind of see ground truth of what's going on as opposed to just the radar estimates. So in southern Milam County, I see a 3-inch reading. I don't quite see anything for that area where you're kind of seeing, this bullseye. So unfortunately, I can't, confirm that reading. So again, as I mentioned, I need to get this warning out onto social media because I was on air. So just bear with me for a couple seconds while I do that. All right, I am almost done with that. I just need to post to one more place, and then I will be able to get back with y'all here in a sec. Cool, okay. So, yeah, flash flood warning here in town for Austin, but not just us. There's kind of a whole line of flash flood warnings along this line of showers and storms. So you've got flash flood warning out towards Milam County. You have one here for parts of Williamson and Travis County, parts of Burnett, parts of Llano, a sliver of Blanco out towards Mason and Gillespie counties. So more of our counties than not currently have a flash flood warning for them. So this is because, as I was talking about on our live cut-in, that hopefully meshed well with this, and on our shows the past couple of days and tonight as well, the reason for these flash flood warnings is because there is just so much moisture in our atmosphere right now that these storms can just essentially tap into. And they're doing it, and they are putting down the rainfall as a result. So these storms aren't crawling, they're not, moving at a snail's pace, but they are moving slow enough that we're seeing these flash flooding issues popping up. Somebody commented, okay, that wasn't a question. So anyway, because of the air, it's so full of moisture, the storms are just tapping into it. We're seeing a weak cold front moving in at this point, and that is why we're seeing essentially a line of activity moving in at this point. So we've been tracking it this whole evening since it was up here out of our area and as it's moved in. So we initially saw some flash flood warnings up towards northern Llano, northern Burnett counties. There were a lot up here outside of our viewing area. Now more of them are in our area as that line continues to push through. So as I mentioned not too long ago, we're going to continue to see this moving to the south, and if this progresses anything like it has been, these probably aren't going to be the last flash flood warnings of the night. Again, most of these are going to go until 2:30, 2:45, somewhere around that time frame. But the one that got issued that probably woke a lot of folks up, that one is going to go until 5 in the morning. So that one is the one for Williamson, Travis, parts of Burnett County. I am going to hop into the Weather Service chat real quick, take a check if they've updated anything, said anything else, anything like that. I don't think they have. I haven't heard anything audibly. They just put something out, but it's for outside of our area. It's for the San Antonio viewing area, so we're not really concerned with that. But I am going to read into, hopefully I have my pointer, there we go. I'm going to read into the warning for Travis Williamson, part of Burnett County. I'm going to see what they wrote in there for it. I have an idea, but I didn't get the chance to read through it just yet. So 1 to 2 inches of rain in this area, another 1 to 3 inches possible. Flash flooding is either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So that is very in line with what we've seen with a lot of these other warnings for the past couple of hours, where there's been somewhere between 1 and 3 inches that has already fallen, and we're expecting another 1 to 3 inches of rain. So that's very in line. That's why I said I don't anticipate this, unfortunately. It's probably this way for y'all. I don't anticipate this, being the end of the night whenever it comes to the line of storms, when it comes to the flash flood warnings, that kind of stuff, because I've continually seen over and over the same types of warnings and language being used where it says 1 to 3 inches of rain, another 1 to 3 expected, things like that. So I don't anticipate, this being the end of the event by far. All right, I am back. We have meteorologist Casey Sherman coming in early. We're doing that trade-off here in just a little bit. So I'm gonna stick with y'all for just a little bit longer while she gets settled in. And we're gonna, like I said, continue to keep y'all updated on the forecast. So we'll have another live cut-in on TV. Casey will be doing that at 2 o'clock. And so for the next little while, I'll keep y'all updated on here. So probably the next 15 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less than that. So somebody said, are we expecting more rain heading into tomorrow, given that the rain is happening now? So pretty good question there. The answer is it depends. So we'll have to see if the atmosphere kind of gets too turned over. So what I mean by that is if a lot of the energy gets used up. My anticipation, my forecast, if you will, is that we're going to see, that's my graphics, Casey. Did it actually turn over?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this what you're using?
Yeah. Okay, again, figuring out some technology stuff. So to answer the question, are we expecting more rain tomorrow? Given that we're seeing some right now. The answer, I believe, is yes. We're still expecting some. We are using some of that moisture right now. We're using some of that energy right now, but there's still a lot more. So once we see the sun come up tomorrow, that replenishes a lot of the energy that got used up. Are we going to be more cloudy tomorrow? Yeah, but the sun is above the clouds. So we're still going to see some of that coming back. And again, this is that tropical moisture. It's very deep, very thick. I gave that cake analogy earlier where you have a really, really rich cake. That's the version of the atmosphere we're dealing with right now. There's a lot of moisture in it. So that's why we're seeing such heavy rainfall rates here right now. Going back around, the dark green here, this is all that flood watch until 7 p.m. Tuesday. So that's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to continue. And then we have all of these different flash flood warnings that we've been tracking throughout the evening and into the morning hours at this point. So I'll hop around to each one of these one more time, and then I will probably be heading out and handing things over. So starting over to our west, Mason and Gillespie counties, this flash flood warning, I believe, goes until 2:30. No, this is the one that they extended until 3:30. So up in Mason County, that is going to go until 2:30. And then this got extended to 3:30 because they were continuing to see some of this heavy rain here in this area to the northwest of Fredericksburg. So that's why they extended that by another hour. So that one has a little bit longer to go now at this point. But the one up here and then outside of our viewing area over towards Junction, that'll expire in about an hour at 2:30. Now over here into the Llano, Burnett, Blanco warning. This one, I'm trying to get my clicker. This one right here. So that is going to go until 2:45. So that one, again, a little bit longer than some of the other ones earlier. Still there. Still seeing, you know, the 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen. So that got updated. Another 1 to 3 is possible. I'm going to skip the main one for now, and then I'll come back to it. Out towards Milam County. This is where we were seeing some of those radar estimated totals between 6 to 8 inches. Again, I didn't see anything like that on the rain gauge website where I can look at real-time real-time rain gauges, excuse me. And I didn't see that for that warning there. This one, my pointer got away from me. So they are saying at this point, 1.5 to 2 inches of rain have fallen there. They're expecting a little bit more, another inch or two for, my pointer keeps going away, for this area here. So a little bit less has fallen there compared to some of these watches and warnings out to our west. Again, gonna close out on this one here in the middle. Aquariate. So that one goes until 5 a.m. Between 1 and 2 inches have fallen, 1 and 3 inches are expected. So I feel like I sound like a broken record at this point, because that's what every single, you know, flash flood warning has been saying, is somewhere between 1 and 3 inches has fallen. We're expecting about that much more. So we're tapping into a lot of that really deep tropical moisture. So I'm going to read a couple more comments, questions, and then we'll turn it over. So will the storms fully last until 5 a.m.? I think it's possible they do, but not necessarily in the same area that they're in right now, because they do have that southward movement. So I do think by 5 o'clock, that's 3.5 hours from now, I think, they'll be moving out. It's still possible we're seeing some rain in the area where the flash flood warning is, but it's also entirely possible that there's not quite as much, like what we saw with the warnings up towards Llano County, up towards Burnett County, where the last hour to hour and a half, there was just kind of the lighter activity like what you see right now. That's probably what we'll be dealing with as this line of storms continues to push down to the south. Okay, so I'm not seeing any newer updates from the Weather Service regarding this. So at this point, I am going to need to hand off, but I will leave this up and running for y'all. This stream is going to continue. Again, in about 20 minutes, we'll have another live on-air update for folks about these flash flood warnings, especially about the one here in Austin. So until then, y'all, please stay safe, stay dry. Y'all take care.
And let's see if my mic is on. There we go. Test, test, test. Good morning, everyone. And if you have not gone to sleep yet, good evening to you. We continue to watch some heavy rain here on this early Monday morning and a flash flood threat. This is, by the way, meteorologist Casey Sherman speaking with you here. It is 2:11 in the morning, and we've been tracking rounds of heavy rain that have been pretty stationary across areas. Some of these have already dropped over 6-7 inches of rain, being estimated in some spots. So I want to get you right to it. Our latest flash flood warnings that we continue to watch here have really been kind of extending from, you can see those boxes from Llano to Burnett out through North Travis County, Williamson County, and now we just have had a new one issued for parts of East Williamson County, Northeast Travis County, and Lee County. This is the one that's been kind of the largest area. You can see this box through 5 a.m. This is for parts of North Travis County, Williamson County. This includes communities like Round Rock, Georgetown, the Domain. We've got a brand new one, though, that the National Weather Service did just put out here, and that is for parts of, again, East Williamson County, West Lee County, North Bastrop County, just thanks to the fact that we've got this band of rain that's been spreading into those areas, very heavy. Those rainfall rates of 3 to 4 inches at times. Haven't seen too much, or haven't seen at least a flash flood warning yet for Austin. I do want to kind of bring you there, at least for the downtown area. North Austin certainly, but this area currently, you can see, I'll turn on the flash, the flood advisory. Downtown is only in an advisory for right now. So we'll see if that changes. You can kind of see how this line has slowly progressed to the south. So we'll watch if downtown happens to also eventually be included within this flash flood watch. They might have to do so, therefore, the National Weather Service, as this line continues to kind of slowly work its way in from the north. So I do want to turn on, this is our flood advisory that we have in this green box here, kind of harder to see. It's that light green shade, and that is for those areas, Hayes, Travis County. I'll turn off the radar right now to show you exactly who's in it. That's for downtown Austin, Shady Hollow, the Buda area within that flood advisory. So that's not yet been issued or upgraded to a warning, but then we will have to watch that as all this rain. You can see this kind of general progression slowly to the south. Now seeing some very heavy rain downtown right along Lake Austin, Lady Bird Lake. So we'll be watching that. We also have what has been additional totals there up through now areas like Leander, Lago Vista. You can see just to the north of that, radar estimated. So these are not exact, but you can see the radar estimated kind of bullseye here just north of Lago Vista. That's where we are looking at radar estimated totals of around 8 inches of rain. So heavy stuff there. Radar estimated totals between Leander and Round Rock of 5 inches of rain, and it continues to come on down. That is why we have that flash flood warning issued. Definitely would not recommend driving on the roads right now. It's late. Hopefully no one's out there anyway, but this is definitely a tough scenario to kind of be driving in for sure. And we've already had some reports here from emergency management, in fact, that Spicewood Springs Road from 360 to Oldham Passes Trail is closed. It's closing due to overtopping at several low water crossings on that segment. So just make sure that, again, turn around, don't drown. A lot of low water crossings. We'll be watching this morning as we continue to see the rain come down. Old Spicewood Springs Road again and McNeil Road at Walnut Creek have also been closed, looks like, due to overtopping. So let's take a look a little bit, folks. Let's go back to the radar. Let's see. Let's take a look a little bit farther off towards the west, if this loads up real fast, where we've also been watching for additional flash flood warnings. You can see that kind of extending out near Llano right now. We've got some active ones there for Llano County near Round Mountain, excuse me. And continue to track very heavy rain now developing in Blanco County as this line continues to slowly shift off towards the south. So that's what we're going to be watching as far as the trend goes. I will say, one of the creeks we're specifically watching, and the one that I've been monitoring kind of the most, is it's seen kind of the fastest spike here, is the Sandy Creek. I should take those peak levels are not right. The Sandy Creek, let me go ahead and actually take those off real fast. This is what we're looking at. Sandy Creek near Kingsland. You can see we've seen a pretty quick spike in that. just within about the past half hour. We are now at Sandy Creek near Kingsland. This is Highway 71. We are now at an above action stage, so not quite flood stage yet, but that river stage, it is coming in a little over 9 feet now. Action stage is 8 feet, so we've seen a fast little spike in that, so we'll have to watch that here as we head forward. But speaking of, I want to take you into kind of the rest of what you can expect for today. We've been watching for these showers or this band of rain pushing southward, heavy rain continuing still through 8, 9, 10 o'clock. It's going to be a possibility, so we will still be watching our flood threat through then. Things kind of starting to become a little bit more sparse in nature by the afternoon. I do have to do a cut in on our linear, so I will be joining you back on the stream here momentarily, but for right now, I'm going to take a little bit of a break.